Okay. Let's see about this audio. You tell me how loud that is. Okay, everyone, welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we're going to be making another painting by another one of my very favorite artists. And so, the artist we're going to look at is Miriam Schapiro. And Miriam Schapiro was a Canadian artist who lived most of her life in the United States, studied, worked, lived, taught in the United States throughout mostly the East Coast, and then towards the end of her life on the West Coast. So let's jump right into where do I want to show you? I want to show you. This is the image that we're going to be making today, Father and Daughter, a piece from 1997, which she would have been probably in her 70s, late 60s, I think, when she would have made this. And by this point, she was already acknowledged as a really important artist in the United States. It's kind of interesting. She's born and raised in Canada, but I would say very few people in Canada know of her. In the United States, particularly on the West Coast, in the Los Angeles, San Diego region, she is a hugely influential artist. So I want to dive right into this. I want to let you know that there is an outline for today's painting, as there are for all of the paintings. And if you want to print this outline that you see on the screen out, you can go, there's a link to a Dropbox folder in the video description there below. You can see all the other paintings we've made. A.Y. Jackson, Robert Bateman, a Batman painting, a Star Wars painting, Yoshitomo Nara, one of the most famous living Japanese artists, who did Superman and James Gurney recently, and here we are, Miriam Schapiro. You click in here, you'll see 3 files. Those 3 files are 2 versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, and then the original image for your reference, should you want to use it. Next, also in the video description below, you'll see a link to a Facebook page. I think it's the very first thing here, and you'll see there's people just like yourself who are watching today's episode and who often are making a painting along with me. Sometimes they're painting live, and then sometimes they wait till later, or sometimes they paint for the first hour and then they watch another hour later, because not everyone's got a lot of time free on their hands, so you can work at your own pace. I keep the videos up indefinitely, so and you don't have to pay for anything if you don't want, right? There is a link for donations below if you want to give a donation, but everything is free, including the 3 other courses that I've taught. I taught a whole introductory painting course, introductory drawing class, and an introductory photography course as well. So let's just quickly take a look at her biography. Born in Toronto, lived to age 91 in Hamptons Bay, New York. Let me see. Where do I want to... I think it's kind of interesting that she's a Russian Jewish heritage. Moved, I'm not sure when her grandparents moved to Canada, but it's interesting that her grandfather was an immigrant to Canada, or maybe United States, and he made dolls. He made teddy bears. He actually made the teddy bear, right? And he was the first one to invent movable doll's eyes. And I think that kind of plays a big role when we think about her interest in textiles, in fabric, as well as different types of textures and colors, as we'll see here. So, yeah, I think it says right here, it includes dolls and paper cutouts and photo reproductions and all sorts of things in her artwork. You know, I'm assuming she had family down in like the New York region, New York State region. So she probably went down there as a kid, visited her grandparents, back and forth. And she eventually went to school in the United States in New York, Hunter College, and then transferred to University of Iowa. While she was there, she was doing printmaking, and she got really into doing printmaking, but doing it in an unconventional way, such as using like doilies and different types of knitted fabrics to make prints with, which is like a very unconventional way of making prints, right? When we think of prints, we think of like reproductions of Robert Bateman images, or Rembrandt etchings, or Andy Warhol silk screens, right? She would literally take fabric and then make prints from the fabric. Her husband, Paul Brack, was also a fairly well-known artist in and of himself, and as is not unusual, he became probably more well-known for a long period of time than she was. You know, they moved to University of Missouri, and he got a job and she didn't, even though they were, you know, as equal in terms of talent and ability. So I think she didn't have a very good time there. They moved back to New York, and that's when they met like all of the kind of post-war, post-abstraction artists, like Joan Mitchell, who we should do a Joan Mitchell painting, Larry Rivers, etc. And then so let's actually look at the kind of art that she was making in the mid-60s. So this is, she really got into abstract painting and then started making, I think when she moved to California in the late mid-60s, and her husband started teaching at Cal Arts, the California Institute for Arts, which is in Valencia, kind of maybe an hour's drive north of Los Angeles. I mean, you pretty much are still, you can drive for like 3 hours in any direction from downtown LA and you're still in Los Angeles. Cal Arts in the 60s through to the 80s was like the most influential art school in the world. Lots of very important artists taught there as well as studied there, and also there were a lot of visiting artists coming in and out. I know all that because I also went to art school in Los Angeles at the Art Center College of Design, where James Gurney and Thomas Kincaid went to. And there's all these big rivalries, because there's like 8 major art schools in Los Angeles, and there's big rivalries, and some of them have kind of risen and fallen over the years. So there's, if they all had football teams, it would be like the most exciting rivalries. But art school rivalries don't quite have the same nastiness that sports do. Anyway, this gives you just a quick idea of some of the... this is a very famous print of hers. It's kind of modeled after the Vitruvian Man by Leonardo da Vinci. It's intended to be a figure, a person, kind of on like arms outstretched, and then the inside here being a womb. Right, so she really starts getting interested in feminism and feminist art, and really she is the grandmother of feminist art. I think some of her experiences she had growing up, even when she was married to her husband, and like I said, wasn't able to get a job for which she was qualified for, she, you know, that gave her a lot of like a severe. I think it motivated her to want to cause some change so that other young women following in her footsteps wouldn't have to go through some of the difficulties that she was forced to confront. So she, one of the things that we're going to talk about is she did these things called, what she called is femage, which is a collage of the word collage and feminism and fabric, because the idea is to collage fabric onto canvas. So one of the things that I've done is I went to the dollar store today and bought a whole bunch of inexpensive clothes like these. This is fabric from some gloves, from some underwear, like gardening gloves, tea towels, and hand towels, all sorts of little kinds of things like that, which I cut up. I'm going to show some footage of that because a few hours ago I did some cutting of the fabric, and I also did some tests with six different types of glue to see which ones would work best for affixing fabric and other materials to canvas. So stay tuned for that. I'll kind of give you a little update on that because they're slowly drying in the background here, although it's very hot in the studio right now, so who knows, that they might be drying much triple as the speed as they normally do. Actually, just as a quick mention, that this image right here was done with the assistance of the computer lab at one of the schools she was teaching at the time, who helped her kind of map out this image on a large scale. So she was also really interested in the way technology can help an artist create their artwork. When she was at CalArts, she established the Feminist Art Program with her colleague Judy Chicago. Some of you may have heard of Judy Chicago. Judy Chicago, I would argue, is probably the most important feminist artist of all time. And unlike some other artists who've been labeled feminists, like some people would say Frida Kahlo or Emily Carr were proto-feminist artists, but I don't think, to be honest, I don't know how long the actual term has existed. It may have been around during the lifetimes of those artists, but Judy Chicago was really one of the very first persons, along with Miriam Schapiro, to embrace that word and to literally name a department at CalArts the Feminist Art Program. And you know, I think we can get into a whole conversation about feminism and stuff. I think some people see it as a derogatory term. I would consider myself a proud feminist. I think feminism is awesome and still very important, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done. I'm sure most people watching right now would agree with me right now, so I don't even have to go into explanation on that, although I'm sure some people would argue with me furiously. But anyway, what else do I want to say here? You know, she kept making art right up until she passed away. She passed away in 2015, and you know, she was exhibiting her art right up until the end, making art right up until the end, involved in mentoring younger artists right up until the end. And I think that is, you know, really inspiring. You know, like, I would love to be doing what I'm doing right now 50 years from now. That would be, if I'm still alive, knock on wood, I would love to be someone who's still producing, still involved in the conversation. Okay, so let's, there's other things I want to talk about, but I want to get right into the episode. Okay, so what I've already done, I've actually, I guess I gotta redraw this 1 second here. So as I said, there is the outline which you can print out from the Dropbox. I've actually printed it out and drawn it on a canvas already. So I've got one of these ready to go. I am, however, thinking of doing 2 paintings today. I know people are like, oh no, but because sometimes it takes me a while if I'm working on 2 paintings, but I think for good reason I'm going to outline a second version on this canvas, because one version I'm just going to paint on, and the other I'm going to use fabric, and I'm going to cut fabric out and glue it onto the canvas. So so we can see kind of 2 different approaches to this, to the same painting. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Just in case you're wondering why there's 2 different colors on this, I filmed myself doing this a few days ago. I'm not even going to bother playing it back because I'm going to do it right now. But when I did it before, I got halfway with the blue. In fact, let's use even a different color. I did all of the blue, and then I realized, oh, I didn't have any carbon paper under here, and so there was no lines left. So I'm like, ah. Okay, let's start that all over again. So let's do a green. Hopefully I'll be able to see my green lines. And with the second one, I'm only going to trace out the figure, and I'm not going to trace out the patterns on the background, on the wall and the floor, because I'm going to use fabric to create those textures and those areas. And I'll show you how I do that as we go here. Okay. So I'm going to paint some parts of the body, and then I'm going to leave most of it blank and then fill it in with fabric. Just as she did. In fact, let's put them up side by side just so you can see. Now, trying to identify what is fabric and what is paint is a little bit tricky in her artwork. So there's definitely places that I think are easier to imagine being fabric. Like I think this area is fabric. I think that there's fabric over here, but then I think she's also gone and painted back over top of some of the fabric as well, which is something that you can also do, right? You can use fabric, but it doesn't have to be all one or the other. So I thought it might be kind of fun today to try something a little bit different, because maybe this is something that is of interest to people, is how you could incorporate mixed media into your artwork. And if you haven't heard that term before, mixed media essentially just means using a various different types of materials in your artwork, such as fabric, paint, glue, pencils, ink, anything you can think of really can help it turn it into mixed media. Oh, I forgot the shoes. Let's get shoes on here. That's why I always check just to make sure all the important stuff is there before I peel this away. Oh, let's put a window up here. I think that's a window. Okay. Anything else? we've got it all. Okay. So I'll peel this off. And I'm going to keep this because I might cut out shapes from this and that I can then use to help guide how big different pieces of fabric actually need to be when I'm painting. Okay. So, let me just do a quick moving of materials around. So you'll see we've got now these two different images. This is the one that I'm going to paint the entire thing. This is the one that I'm going to use primarily fabric for the background textures. Now I'm going to paint definitely parts of the figure, particularly like the faces and hands and maybe feet, but probably the majority of the rest of the canvas is going to be done with fabric. Okay, right. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to get some paint out onto my canvas, and then I'm going to start painting this. And I'm going to prime both of these at the same time. And the thing I'm going to, well, I should just get this paint out here first. You get all these different materials all over the place. Things get a little bit crowded and busy. So I'm going to put this on a different palette. So that I've got room. I often do this on the same palette that I'm painting on, and then I end up having all this watery paint right there. So I'm going to use another palette that I got kicking around. So there's probably maybe 1-to-1 water and paint here. Maybe a little bit more paint, but pretty darn close to 1-to-1. So I'm just going to stir it up. And just do my best to get the majority of the lumps out of here. So this is going to give us a nice background so that especially if we're using fabric on any parts of this painting, rather than white of the canvas showing through, we've already got something that looks a little bit different underneath. So I'm just wiping that excess paint off onto my other canvas. Why not, right? Cool. Okay. So there's one done. When these are done, I can blow dry them to speed up the drawing process, or we can just let one of them dry while we work on the other ones. I think on this one, where I'm going to put mostly fabric on it, I will I'm really only going to paint really the bodies, and even then we'll see how much gets covered up. I don't really know, quite frankly, and I don't know exactly where I want to do it. I'll sort of play it by ear, especially, and also just like with time and how long it takes us. You see, I just, every once in a while, just wipe off all this excess paint. I did also, by the way, my test that I did with different glues, I put them on canvases that already had paint on them, because I wanted to see how well the color or the things would stick to acrylic paint, right? Because acrylic paint is it's kind of a plasticky surface, and you know, I would imagine that would actually help things stick to it, but you never know, right? That's why you do a test. So let's just put this there to dry for a second, and then this, let's just wipe this up, and then I can throw that in the sink. It's always easier when it comes to acrylic paint to clean acrylic when it's really thin like this. That comes off in the water a year later very easily. If you let it dry and then it cures and hardens, and it can be really tough to clean it, unless you use some sort of a cleaning agent. Okay. Oh. So I'm just going to blow dry this to help speed up this process. Ooh, it's hot down here already. Okay. Just gonna put this ice pack on my camera up here to keep it as warm as possible. I do have brand new lights, so it's a little brighter in here. These are LED lights, so they shouldn't be giving off any heat. But I do feel very warm. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's take a look at the image here. Obviously, we're going to be using a lot of red and purple and blue. So, but there's yellows and all sorts of other colors in here. So I think we're just going to load up our palette. Basically, I'm going to put about as much paint as I'd put on my toothbrush on the palette. Especially on a hot day like this, the paint's going to dry twice as fast, so putting a lot of paint on, even if you intend to use a lot of paint over the course of your painting, is not that wise, because before you know it, it's going to be a solid blob. Okay, actually I put more paint on there than I was planning to. Okay, so we've got our palette ready. Just this way. Okay. There we go. So the first step that I want to do is I'm going to start painting things in the background. So I'm going to paint kind of foundational layers here and here and then down here. This down here is fairly straightforward. This is basically just a red. In fact, there's a lot of red in the painting, so why don't we just jump right in to our warm red and start using it, because I think we'll use it in a number of different places. So I'm just going to take warm red right out of the tube, and let's just kind of put it right and don't worry about making your lines all perfect, right? We're probably going to have to paint a little bit of other colors in different areas to clean it up, and but her style is also like very free and loose, so I wouldn't be too hard on myself if I wasn't doing exactly what she did. Today's painting is, also a bit of a Father's Day themed artwork, and I thought it's kind of fun to do a Father's Day themed artwork by a feminist, right? And because I think there's this idea that feminists hate men, and she was a married woman. I don't know what their relationship was like, but as far as I know, they lived happily together until he passed away, I think about 2005. So I think about 10 years before she died, he passed away. So I don't think feminism means that. Well, I know feminism isn't an anti-male movement or anti-man or whatever, although certain people like to portray it that way because it sounds good in a tweet but I don't know, one of the things I can't quite, especially now that I'm a father of a young girl, I can't understand why anyone, especially other fathers of girls, wouldn't be wanting as much equality as possible for their daughters. Like, I don't know, it just blows my mind. But there's a lot of things people do that I don't understand, so I just sort of chalk that up to a bit of lack of education and understanding. Okay, so we got the red down here done. So let's just continue. I'm going to switch to just a slightly smaller brush. Taylor says, "Hi, Michael. A bunch of us were on a different feed waiting. I'm not sure how that happened. Weird. Huh. I wonder what that different feed was. Huh, what for? The Sekoto painting is on Sunday. I'll just take a quick look to see." Not sure how that would have happened. to... That is strange, isn't it? Oh, huh. I must have accidentally clicked the wrong one. Okay, my apologies there. Huh, that's funny. Yeah, maybe if somebody wants to go to that video, I clicked on the wrong stream. Oops. There's always something that goes wrong in every episode, right? So it's just a matter of trying to minimize the confusion or problem. I was wondering, I was like, man, there's very few, I didn't say it, but I was thinking to myself, there's like half the amount of, or less than half, like a tenth of the amount of people that are watching there normally is. But anyway, if you're just tuning in because of my mistake, you haven't missed too much. I did do a short talk on who this artist is, Miriam Schapiro, and I did 2 outlines. So I did this one and this one. So one of them I didn't bother doing any detail in the background because I'm going to use fabric to do the textures in here. So I got a whole bunch of different fabrics from the dollar store, like gardening gloves and underwear and towels and things that I cut up into small pieces, and I'm going to glue those all over this canvas. I'm actually surprised it let me go live on this video even though it's scheduled for Sunday. I'll have to make the switch after this episode airs, but yeah, what a bizarre situation there. But I'm glad we've managed to sort it out. Okay, so there's the kind of foundation for this painting. We did our usual yellow on the background just as a warm ground, and then I just painted some red into the places that need some red. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to mix a flesh tones for the skin on the father and the daughter, and so that I can paint it on this painting as well as the other painting, because the other one, that way I can start cutting fabric out onto the other one, and then I can kind of go back and forth while one dries and the other one is still a little bit wet. Yes, I thank you, Paula. Yes, there are definitely. It's my fault. I totally messed up. I went live on the wrong video, but so people are popping in and out of. So hopefully someone can leave a message and let people know. Okay, so how do I want to approach this side here? I think I'm going to paint this blue. I'm going to paint that blue right now. And I'm going to actually probably paint... Obviously, she's playing with some of the conventions of art here, and so even though this, in fact, I think I need a little bit of white in there because you can see how it's a little bit too transparent. So just adding some white into this color. I'm also going to lighten it up a little bit so that it's not quite so dark. And if I want, I can always paint over this blue with a darker blue. One thing that could be kind of fun as you're making this type of a painting is you can kind of play a little bit with how you mix colors. So maybe I'll do a little bit of that in a second here. So I'll get this first wave of blue up here done. And then I'm just going to kind of go, as I go, just start mixing colors. And I'm not even going to mix them on my palette. I'm just going to get them on my brush. And then sort of paint and mix as I'm painting. So I'm allowing the paint to have kind of some swirls and to kind of change throughout here. And notice, let's kind of zoom in here just so you can see what I'm doing. So you can see that it's a little bit, this is pretty hard to control the paint entirely when you're painting this way and you're blending on the canvas. But it's also kind of a lot of fun because you get to be kind of surprised by what happens as you paint. So as we get further down here, I'm just adding more white into the painting. I was just, there was like only 1 or 2 people in the class as I began, and I was like, oh, huh, I guess it is a really sunny day, and people just want to be outside and garden and play and all that kind of stuff, and I guess no one's interested in watching the hockey game, so that's the first time that I've made that goof where I've literally gone on to started the wrong video. Okay, so as this is still wet, I can, let's say, take a bit of cool yellow, and let's mix some cool yellow into this wet paint that's already here. She's painting with oils, I believe, so you know, it's going to get a different effect than this. Let's get maybe a bit more white. Maybe take a bit of red in here. So I'm probably going to do even more as we go. In fact, let's just move over onto this next one over here. So just put a big gob of white paint here. The paintbrush is kind of dirty, which is why I got a bit of other colors in here. So again, I'm painting this pretty rough, right? Like, there's opportunity to tidy all of this up later on. So let's take a bit of blue. Now, for some people, this is like really weird to do, right? And kind of scary and strange. For some people, this is really exciting. I see Gail says, dirty brush painting is my favorite, right? So here's some warm red. Let's, actually there's a little bit down here. There's probably some up here. Zoom out just a bit. Let's zoom out here. Now again, she's using fabric for some of this, and I'm gonna make a second painting that will also use fabric, but I just want to get the background started here. And really, I would really encourage you just to go wild and just to slap paint all over the place here. Here's your opportunity to have a little bit of fun. You've got my permission to not worry about putting things in the so-called right places. In fact, like, as you're doing this, like, part of the hardest thing is just to let colors stay kind of messy and dirty. The compulsion is to want to just keep blending it until it turns into one solid color, in which case it'll probably turn into something kind of like a blob, like a gray, especially when we got all these different colors mixing and stuff all over here. So I think I'm just going to paint over some of the pencils, lines that I had there. Just, you know, it's just a bunch of abstract flower forms anyway, so I'm not too concerned if it'll actually probably be easier. It's certainly going to be easier to do this, just lay in a bunch of paint and then to paint over top of it than it would be to paint and then like try to paint around all of those little brush or leaves and stuff. So okay. Oh, I like that actually quite a lot. That's fun, huh? Okay. So I think what I'm going to do now is let's oh yeah, I said I was going to do the flesh tones like 10 minutes ago, didn't I? So let's do that so that we can apply those on this painting and the other one, which is going to be mostly fabric, right? So to do now, it's interesting. The flesh tones in here are, you know, quite red. I don't know if that's the way that it was photographed or the actual one. So it'll be interesting. Let's just mix a brown, and then we can kind of see what we want to do from there. So that's, you know, probably pretty close to what that she painted on his face. Let's take some warm red, so we have warm red, warm yellow, and we just added some warm blue to it. Now we got this dark brown. It's too dark, so we can just take our brush, mix this color back over here again, add some yellow into it. Okay, and then we can add some white. No, there's a question, like, so this is pretty close to the face of the girl, the daughter. A bit more yellow. So I have a feeling that I just want to lighten it up a little bit. So again, of course, we can always paint over anything again. Now, as I do that, I always think about, some people find doing this a little bit difficult when I just paint right out over a figure's face. So you know what I'm going to do? In fact, I'm just going to paint those eyes back right there. Oh, very sloppy version, Michael. Let's put this hair in here. I don't know the story behind this painting. I assume that it's her husband, but I don't know. I don't know if they had a child. So maybe it's not her husband. To be honest, now I'm kind of curious. I didn't think she had kids. Too zoomed in. It's weird having these tools now where I can zoom right in on things, because I'm not used to having that ability. So this is just to help me see where the fingers are when I'm painting later on. This is not really everything I'm just painting right now. It's going to get covered up. So let's, I'm going to blow dry both of these really quickly, and then we'll paint the flesh tone over top of it. You can see I got a little out of control with the way that I was applying, or I started using my finger to to smudge that paint out. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna lighten. Because I smudged so much paint, I'm basically just painting over everything anyway, so I can hide all that smudged lines. I'm going to outline these areas, so do the same thing here. Yeah, Heidi found me now. So, again, as I've been apologizing throughout the episode, I went live on the wrong episode, so everyone's slowly drifting in after waiting for a while on the other one. Okay. So, let me just think about what do I want to do next, actually. So I've got two paintings that have begun. One of them I'm just gonna paint the entire thing with acrylic paint, and the other I'm gonna use fabric. Fabric I got from the dollar store. I spent $15, got a whole bunch of different things, and then I just started cutting them up. There's a video that I already filmed that I'm gonna play here momentarily, just showing you a little bit about how I did all of that. Oops, I just realized I forgot this hand here. I forgot this one too. Try to keep everyone on their toes, right? This is what my two paintings look like so far. So it really depends on your own ability with paint versus with scissors, which one is going to be faster or easier for you. I think what I'm going to do now that I've got this painting to this point, I'm going to kind of set it aside, and I'm going to start doing a little bit of femage, as she called it, right? Collage and feminism together, right? Or collaging with fabric. Because if you missed the intro where I was talking about her, Miriam Schapiro is she's really the grandmother of feminist art, right? Her and Judy Chicago are really the two most important people in the feminist art movement, at least that first wave of feminist art. There's been subsequently many, many other feminist artists who've carried on the feminist art movement, but she is really, her and Judy Chicago would be the two most important people. Judy Chicago, probably more well known for a number of different reasons. I think Judy Chicago made larger work, which was maybe harder to ignore, whereas Miriam Schapiro really focused more on smaller artworks, maybe more intimate artworks, and using very household materials that a housewife might use. So she used lots of fabrics and knitting techniques, sewing techniques, because those are all things that have less so today, but there's still that stereotype that textiles and fabric are not real art. They're not what serious artists are. Serious artists use paint, and they generally are men, right? Again, I'm not saying I believe in this, but there's still a lot of glass ceilings that need to be broken. But that was one of the things feminists did. They said, oh, okay, you're going to say that women can't be real artists because, because we use fabric. Well, we're going to embrace that. This thing that you're saying that instead of trying to play the game as the men were doing, sort of really embracing their female you know, their female identities and things that are sort of stereotypically female, like sewing and fabric. And later on in the 90s, you had actually a lot of men who started using feminist, because there was kind of eventually a younger generation of male artists started really embracing some of the work that feminist artists were doing and embracing fabric in their own work. One of my teachers, Mike Kelly, is probably the most famous artist to do that. Right? Okay, so I want to move on here because I can just always talk. So how can we get fabric into these background areas? Well, probably the most obvious way, actually, those are my fabric scissors, is I'm going to cut out some shapes from my original outline, right? And then I'm going to use this. I guess it just occurred to me I could also use, rather than cutting shapes out, I could also use the carbon paper to trace onto the fabric. I don't know, I'm going to think about that. We'll see which method works best here very soon. I'm sure I will okay. So here's this shape. It is intended to go there. And I've got all of these different fabrics that I got. And so which one? I guess I have to use one of my larger. I was planning on going to one of the big fabric stores today, but our daughter was not having a good afternoon, so I thought, okay, what is the closest place where I can get some cheap fabric that we can use? And the dollar store. So actually, that's the original. Let's look at this. I think which one works better. I think I'm going to use the blue for the right side, and I'm going to use this for this side. Okay. So just how much more space do I need on the edge? Another inch or so. Okay, so let's see. In fact, let's use a Sharpie here. So this is going to be, I'm kind of moving pretty quickly to do this. Obviously, if you were to, if this was like your own artwork, you might want to take a little bit more time and be patient, and you'll do a much better job. I'm more interested in just sort of demonstrating this technique. The other thing too is, like, we're going to glue this down, and I'm going to show you, we're going to talk about different types of glue here in a second. And then we can paint over top of everything later on. So you're not, like, you know, trapped into this. Because you don't like these colors, well, go right ahead and put something else there. Okay. So I like what that is. I think it's worth, before I actually do gluing, just now showing you a little bit. In fact, I'm not even going to show the video because it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so I'm using a bunch of different materials. I tested a bunch of different mediums and glues with this fabric on canvas that already had paint on it in order to see which material would help the fabric stick best. Right, so what we have here, we have some matte matte Mod Podge. Matte being it's not shiny. It's a pearlescent, flat color, right, as opposed to glossy, right? So here's your matte Mod Podge. Here is some matte medium. Basically, this is just paint without any pigment in it, right? So we've done a lot of episodes where in the past where I used matte medium a lot. Here's some Elmer's glue, or otherwise known just like white glue or school glue. And then we have some Gorilla Glue, which is like white glue or Elmer's glue, except stronger. This is really like a carpenter's glue. Here's some Gorilla Glue spray adhesive. So there are different types of spray adhesive. This is kind of your most hardcore one. And then, of course, a hot glue gun. So it might be just worth just quickly explaining a little bit of the pros and cons for different materials here. Your Mod Podge, basically Mod Podge and matte medium, these are your two art materials, right? You can find these at any art supply store, and particularly matte medium is the one that is the most archival friendly material, right? Because basically it's the exact same thing that your paint is made out of. It just doesn't have any color in it. So if you're making an artwork that you intend to sell for lots of money, that you want to last the longest and have no worries about whatsoever about it yellowing or cracking or peeling off, matte medium would be your #1 choice. Now, does that mean it's going to be the best adhesive? No. But from an archival standpoint, this would be your #1 choice. Now, probably for most people watching today's episode, archival, like, will this last 200 years? Probably not on most people's radar. But there are some people who would be, that's the main, most important thing, is the quality of the ingredients. So that would be your matte medium. The second in line for that would be Mod Podge. I don't think people who are using Mod Podge expect it to last forever, but it is made for artists and people doing crafting, and therefore it is intended. It's probably gonna closely rival artists' matte medium. Whether it's going to last 20 years, 50 years, and not start to fall apart, I have less knowledge of. But I would certainly say that it's better than the other options, right? So if long-lasting quality is your #1 concern, that would be my matte medium, followed by Mod Podge. Okay, the next things we have here are two different glues. Right, our white glue, Elmer's glue. You can find this at a dollar store any art supply store, as well as like a hardware store and like children's toy stores. All those kind of things will carry your white glue. This Gorilla Glue this is what I use to glue all the shelves and everything behind me together. This stuff is awesome. It will last forever. It does a great job of binding wood or any kind of paper material. You're gluing things to wood. You're gluing, so it should do a pretty good job of also gluing fabric to canvas. The difference is white glue is going to dry mostly clear. This wood glue is going to dry, I think, with a bit of a yellowy quality to it. So we'll see how that works. But if clearness is an issue, then all three of these here are going to dry 100% clear. This one's probably going to be the most adhesive of all of them, but have a little bit of color. And like these two things, these are designed for like gluing things that you probably are not going to see, right? So gluing wood together that you might paint over top of. You know, so these are not made for artists, but obviously artists use all sorts of things that are made for artists. But I would question, you know, they might have some acidity or base qualities that could, you know, start to erode the material that you're gluing together over time. Like it might have some adverse reactions to acrylic paint over the years. And then of course the last thing here is our hot glue gun. So very effective hot glue gun. If you're in a hurry, hot glue gun is your #1 choice. However, over time, hot glue guns can peel off, especially if you're trying to hot glue gun materials that are not particularly porous, and therefore there's not a good bond. So the hot glue gun works, but probably not the best for long term. It works great for kids projects that you just want to get at home. I don't know how long it's going to last. So let's take a look at these tests that I did here. So let's just move all these up out of the way. So I'm going to put them all side by side. So I just did these a few hours ago, probably, about 3 hours ago, so they're still a little bit wet, but it starts to give us some idea of how well these different materials work for different applications. So I've glued all the different types of fabric I have here. So we have kind of like cotton, like t-shirt fabrics, we've got like towel-like fabrics. I mean, I think most of this is like cotton or polyester blends. So probably some of the more common fabrics that you would be wearing yourself, or that you would find even at a fabric store. Now, I don't have silk or spandex and all these other like kinds of fabrics. But I would suspect they're probably going to... I also made a decision not to include anything that like had a wax coating or had like a plasticky kind of coating. So I didn't buy like shower curtains or bathing suit materials, or like waxed tablecloths, because all those things I thought would probably resist the glue, because they're intended to be able to, you can wipe things off them relatively easy, and bacteria and mold, which is great for your shower curtain or your tablecloth at a lunch party, but if you want it to stick for a long time on a canvas, not so good, right? Anyway, so let's just sort of see here. We kind of work our way backwards. This is our hot glue that we used. Right, so I not only glued the fabric down, but I also glued things like some, let's zoom in here. like some googly eyes and some like pom-poms and a pipe cleaner there. Right, so this works really great for pretty much every material. Like, it's stuck on there, it doesn't feel like it's going to fall off. And it dried within like 3 minutes. It was exactly like what we see. A few of the minuses with hot glue is obviously it can be very hot, and if you're not careful, you can burn yourself. I've got scars all over my hands because I used to use a lot of hot glue. And then if you get these if you spread it in other areas, it can, it kind of looks a little bit cheap or gross. And sometimes you have all these spindly hairs that just seem to always be there, like a sweater coming undone. And then it can also have its own texture, right? Like there's lumps underneath all of these, so things don't lay particularly flat. But if I was gluing this, like some of the thicker fabrics, particularly, in fact, all of them look pretty good from the outside. If I'm careful not to get glue elsewhere, it works pretty well. Let's take a look at the Gorilla Glue spray glue. So, did I forget to glue googly eyes and stuff on here? Well, that's odd. I must have forgotten to. Anyway, I'm actually surprised how well this was. A spray glue I thought would do pretty well. Like, it's good for gluing paper to canvas. Again, you'd probably not want to use like this material. As good as it is, you probably want to use maybe like an artist's spray glue that has a bit more of archival property. But the one interesting thing with this is everything goes down nice and smooth. It doesn't bubble or ripple as much as as other materials might. The one thing is I do have, you can see the overspray in these areas are still quite tacky, and dust and other things might land on there and stick to it and look a little bit ugly over time. And then we have, this is the wood glue, and I'm surprised actually everything is stuck. This is the Gorilla Glue wood glue, and actually I'm very surprised by how well this worked. And I made the mistake of gluing it onto a yellow board, so it's hard to tell how yellow the glue is. It looks pretty transparent though. So I'm even surprised all these pom-poms and stuff stuck on there, although how long they'll stay there is, I'm a little dubious. I think they seem like they're on there, but who knows how much longer. So now this is our Elmer's glue, and things are pretty solid on there, as we would expect. Like, I've done projects with little kids using this white glue, and things are going to stay on there pretty well, especially if you've got a big blob of glue and you push them in. So this doesn't surprise me that everything's stuck on there pretty good. So that's turned out great so far. Let's look at our matte medium next. Right, here's matte medium. So using matte medium as a glue is a bit of an unconventional material, but you have to remember this is the material that your paint is mixed in, and the medium is what glues the powdered pigment onto the canvas. So it has adhesive properties, right? And it's in fact not too dissimilar from Elmer's glue, right? Both of these two materials are kind of similar. It's just that I think matte medium is engineered to be, to last longer and to yellow less. It also will be a little bit more flexible over time. Like acrylic paint, you could paint it onto a canvas and you could roll it up. I would not recommend it, but you can do it. White glue, on the other hand, tends to, when it dries, become brittle, right? If you try to bend it. So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind. And then lastly, here we have the Mod Podge. and everything is stayed on there as well. So all in all, and actually when I was using the fluid mediums here, I said like the Mod Podge, the white glue, the matte medium, and the wood glue, all of it, when I was pressing down these materials, it started to kind of bubble through, and you could see my fingerprints, and I was like, wow, that's going to look really gross when it's dried. But now that it's dried, it actually looks really good. So this is what's nice about all this test that I've done here is actually pretty much everything stuck on there way better than I expected it to. I was expecting to do a little shake test and for things to fall off, not just the little pom-poms and the googly eyes, but I was expecting actually some of the fabric to peel off and fall off. Now, I've only put them on now. Who knows, tomorrow after everything's dry, maybe some of these things that are a little, like the pom-poms particularly in the pipe cleaners, they might come off. Especially, you know, they might be fine right now, but if you had them on a wall and some kid came and touched them, just brushed their finger, things might come off, right? Whereas the hot glue, you know, you could be pretty rough with things. You can really pull on them, right? Like, you can see like the fabric starts to, you know, that's not going to come off all that easy. So if having something on there forever is your biggest concern, maybe the hot glue, maybe even the spray glue. I'm actually quite surprised. And the wood glue, I actually thought that the matte medium would be the worst material for gluing things. It is taking the longest to dry, and it's also causing the canvas board to curl, which tells me that there's like more water in the matte medium than there is in any of the other materials, which is something. And the reason why that's important to notice is I should do another test with paper. I think would be an interesting thing, because I think the matte medium would cause the paper to wrinkle most quickly. So given everything I just learned here, which material am I going to use? Good question. I think in my ideal world I would use the matte medium. And it's this fabric, you know, or even the Mod Podge. I think what I'm going to do is use Mod Podge and matte medium for this painting. I'm going to put away the glues. Because, again, if this is something I intend to last while, now this fabric is probably, you know, it's probably not the best fabric to begin with, and so it's, you know, it might be kind of silly to think of like, oh, I want to use archival materials with this fabric that itself is questionable, right? Okay. Lori asked, did you put the glue on the canvas material or both? Great question, Lori. So I put the glue I smeared it onto the canvas and then just stuck things onto it, except the spray glue, because the spray glue says to get the best adhesion is to spray it on both surfaces, so on the back of the fabric and on the front of the canvas, let it dry for a minute, and then stick them together. Great question. Okay. I have an old brush that I was using. So I'm going to take my Mod Podge and I'm just going to smear it generously over this surface here. And because it dries clear, I don't mind if in fact it's probably a good idea to go a little bit over the edges. In fact, by putting it on a little bit thicker, I can also really saturate the fabric. It'll be interesting to see, obviously with my tests, the fabric was small little pieces as opposed to large areas of fabric. Now the one thing, looking at it on camera, from above, I think it looks pretty darn good. The one thing from my perspective, however, is I see these raised edges. This fabric is a little bit on the thicker side, so it's kind of casting a bit of a shadow onto, because there's, it's like we have now a valley or a pool, a basin or something. Okay, so I like that fabric there. I'm inclined to use the same fabric for these areas as well. Just going to cut around this leg. So this is a kind of a complex shape. All of that just to get this little shape out of here, right? Okay. So I got these two, this one for down here, and this one for up here. So let's take our fabric again. And you can also think like, okay, what is going to be in the frame? Probably also not the smartest thing for me to draw with a Sharpie over top of my painting, because some of it can come through, but I do a lot of stuff that's probably not that smart. So the next thing, there is this you can see that there is this flower that he's holding in his hand. Now we could try to get a flower from the fabric that would match up with this. Right, like I kind of like that big flower. It's a bit too big. Is there another one here? Let's see. Let's see if we can make this work. Oops. Ah! I didn't realize I was off the canvas. Okay, so let's try a different location here. Guess I'm not going to be able to get that cool. What was it? Big fail, Michael. Okay. Well, let's just put it somewhere and then we'll paint a flower coming out of it. So I'm just going to do a little bit more of this background, and then I think I'm going to work back on the acrylic painting for a bit. Okay. Now you just have to remember where the pieces you just cut out went. Did I lose one somewhere? Where'd it go? There we are. There's another little piece there. I wonder if I can just quickly... Okay, so let's glue all this down. Now there are these hearts that have some black lines on them from the Sharpie. If I was, you know, going a little bit slower, I could do a much better job. But I also don't mind. Oops. And remember, this, it's almost like you're prepping the painting. Oops, got a blob on the front. It's almost like you're creating an underpainting like we did on the other canvas. All these little chunks of fabric that are there. Oh, that's a big gob. Paula says we could have placed the lining first, then painting figures on top should be less work. You could do the outline directly onto the fabric. Yeah, you could paint right onto the fabric if you wanted, rather than doing it this way. There's lots of different ways to go about it. This, I wanted to kind of I think this is a little bit closer to her actual process. She called it the femage, right? Actually gluing fabric onto the canvas like this. So maybe I'm just going to glue just get a few of these big chunks out of the way, and then maybe I'll end up painting more of it. Just I was quite looking forward to going to the fabric store and picking out fabrics that were close to hers, but that didn't happen, unfortunately. I mean, that's kind of cool right there as it is, right? What does that remind me of? It reminds me of this French animation called, I think it's called A Fantastic World or something, from the 60s. It's really weird, very creepy. Of these aliens that come to Earth and they abduct people and turn them, because they see humans as pets. Just realizing now there's black lines everywhere, but oh well. What am I? No, I want to do. Yeah, no, I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. Sometimes everything just seems like you're doing everything backwards, doesn't it? Okay. And this is a bit tricky. I've done a lot of collage with paper, and every year I make my wife and daughter for their birthdays a children's book out of cut-out paper. And that's tricky. Doing it with fabric is way more difficult because it doesn't hold its shape. Like trying to cut it with scissors is boy this is. Okay, let's just chop that off. Dolores says, this is one of those classes that I watch and then do myself on my own later. It is, you know, it's, again, it can be up to each person. Some people will find this really fun and some people will hate it. And I certainly don't expect that many people to actually do it. Okay. So got the glue in place. One thing with this fabric, you can kind of pull it and push it a bit to get it into place. It's wow, that is like there's a lot going on in these patterns, but you know, it's interesting, hers is also like kind of a busy image, right? These clashing patterns. You know, I feel now compelled to do down here, but I did promise I was gonna I want to do this real quick. I know it's going to take an extra 5 minutes, but okay, so I'm going to cut the fabric out here. I know there's these feet, but they're painted black in her painting, so that's pretty easy for me to paint black right over top of any fabric I put in there. So the question is, which fabrics do I want to use? I have this dot pattern from the inside of, you know, a glove that I got. I want to use that. Or I got this Mickey Mouse pattern. Do I want to use Mickey down there? Would we even see any of Mickey? There's this tea towel. Might be able to get these lines to be kind of going in a similar direction. A little bit tricky, but it doesn't have to line up perfectly. Maybe I'll use this. Okay. So I think the only thing I just need to, is just to get one. I want to get these lines to match up. Something similar to that, I think. Okay, so I wasn't expecting to use this pink fabric. Kind of the lines work well for the lines on the floor, and you know, once I get it on here, I could also change the color. I could paint on it. I could paint it more red, and yet keep the texture of these strips on there. Okay, let's put a bunch of glue back on here. Or this is not glue, this is Mod Podge, right? But based on my test, it seemed to work pretty well. So, and it's not entirely surprising. Like, it even kind of smells like Elmer's glue. Like, it's got that, you know, when people use Mod Podge as for collage anyway, so yeah, it's not like we're using this material in a way that it was never intended. I didn't test this material, so I really have to hope that it's like it doesn't. This makes me a little bit anxious. Now that I got it here, I'm just gonna really inundate underneath it with extra Mod Podge. Like, it seems to have kind of soaked up the Mod Podge. I mean, it's kind of a towel, or it is a towel. I just want to keep that glue on the bottom surface too. I can already feel this kind of starting to stick and getting kind of more solid, kind of harden up a bit, which is great. This will be interesting, this bottom half here, though. It won't surprise me if this is a bit of a failure, but I'm always open to be surprised. It serves me right for, you know, gluing something I didn't intend or didn't experiment or test first. Okay, so let's come back to reality here. And I see Lori says, I have a whole cupboard of material that just sits there. I have an aversion to sewing now. Maybe I should use the material in some art. It is risky though. I might not have the design I want and then buy more material. Then I would have to get another cupboard to hold the excess. Well, again, one of the things that's interesting about what Miriam Schapiro did here is, you know, she glued fabric down and then she painted over top of it, right? So even if you're, like, you can basically paint, you glue whatever you want and then put whatever you want over top of that fabric. You don't have to worry about it being exactly the right material or not, right? Okay, so that face still looks kind of funny, so I'm going to come in, just add another layer around where it really got goofy. Kind of looked a little bit like that Behold the Monkey image that we did on April Fools. Celia Jimenez painting, the one that she tried to fix the Behold the Jesus painting that went so wrong infamously. So, like, for instance, Lori, I would challenge you just to use whatever fabric you have, especially, you know, fabric you haven't used in forever, and you're just like, well, when am I ever going to use this stuff? Today might be the opportunity, right? And then what have you got to lose? It's fabric that's been sitting there for decades not being used, so this might be a great time to why did I just brush my hand? Okay, so let's just, I think I'm going to just continue layering color into various different places. So here's warm blue with a little bit of white. Put that here as the father's collar. Okay. And then maybe, you know what I'm going to do? Before I paint that in, I think I'm going to paint these pants a gray. I'm always trying to think of what's the fastest way to do anything here. So I'm going to mix a gray. It'll be a warmer gray. Got this. Do I have any brown there? I don't think I have any brown, so maybe well, it's all kind of dried, isn't it? Let's just mix it right on top of here. So warm yellow, warm red, warm blue. It's a bit of warm yellow. Warm. There we go. Still very brown, hey? Let's get more blue. Okay, so that blue pulls it right through the neutral core, and then so now we should have a much more of a grayish color here. So all the time that I might have spent trying to paint around shapes, I'm just going to paint these shapes over top of this gray. Now again, she did this with fabric. I want to use this gray elsewhere. Right, that's usually the first thing I ask myself. I don't think I... Oh, down here. Okay, I'm just going to clean that brush because I don't think I need any more of that color. I do like, there's a bit of a peachy color for her shirt that I could mix. So peachy color is basically red, warm red, yellow, and then some white. I'm getting paint everywhere. Oh my god. Paint all over my fingers. Let's see. I just need lots more yellow. Okay. Not bad. It's actually kind of a nicer flesh tone, to be honest. So paint that right over these faces. Sometimes that happens. You just mix a color and you're like, oh, actually I'm going to use that as a flesh tone. It's different than the flesh tone that she used, but okay. And I'm going to take this warm blue and cool red. Let's mix a purple. A little dark, so let's just take a bit of white. I wonder if this is a painting of her father and her, perhaps? So let that dry. It's a little bit lighter purple. I think I can make it a bit darker as we go. Okay. I'm going to take this same purple and let's see how I've painted some of that. Maybe let's do so I'm sort of just quickly painting in some flower shapes with the same blue that I used for the daughter's pant legs. Oh, I just got paint on father's face. Great job. Turn the canvas, but I think I'm just going to leave it. See how loose I'm painting? I really just want to have fun while I'm working on this here. And there's going to be a lot of layering of these patterns and such, so I think that's all the... Well, I guess, you know, you could say that there's like some purple in these stripes. could also say there's no purple in the stripes, but okay. And there's also a bit of, just going to paint this red as well. Do a pattern over top of it. This is not a big blob for a flower, but okay. There's a bit of, like well, you know what? I'll put a different color in those sleeves. How about, I'm just going to come back to these pants and just put another layer of another layer of purple there. Okay. So now I think I'm going to mix a cool blue for some of her clothes, and I can start using that same cool blue in a few places. So I'm going to take some white, blue, mix them up. There's a little bit on the duller side, so just take a bit of gray. Okay. And I'm just going to paint this. So the reason why I chose this cool blue for this is there are a few cool blue areas in that image, And I just thought, okay, this is the fastest way I can lay a color down and then paint other things over top of it. I see there's little bits of that color in a few different places. As I come up in here, cool blue. Now I think this is supposed to be a warm blue, but I'm just gonna go a little bit wild. And this is, I think, supposed to be background, so I'm just gonna add this to here. Else. Well, we do have there's this stuff on the ground down here. To be honest, it kind of almost looks like finger smudges. So maybe that's what I'm going to do. Let's get just a little bit of paint on my fingertip. Alright, didn't think you'd do any finger painting today, did you? That was kind of fun. I enjoyed doing that. That was cool. Okay. I'm just going to paint a bit of this cool blue on her shoes. And I'm just digging this cool blue. I'm going to keep on going with it. She was using a darker blue here. like that. Definitely different, slightly different color, but I don't mind it at all, not one bit. It doesn't make me want to even take this cool blue and just add even more of it in different places. So this is, again, when I was saying you could just use any fabric, you could, right? You take any fabric and, oh no, okay, phew, the camera. And then painting over top of that fabric and altering it and changing it. Okay. Should we do next? I guess maybe some cool red. I'm gonna clean. I've got a bunch of brushes here. Let's take some cool red, a little bit of white. Gets a little bit more pink, easier to see, especially if I'm going to paint. I was going to paint there, but while that's drying, I'm just going to go put pink spots on her pants. I'm going to go a little bit on the whiter side so that they show up. On this part of her hat, even though it's not pink, but can't stop me, right? You can try, but I don't think it's going to be happening. I'm going to have too much fun. There's a bunch of tiny little spots on the shirt. Let's put some pink on the shirt as well. So I'm just altering this flower here. we got all these flowers and things over here. Actually, I like the way that turned out, so I think I'm going to do that again. Tackle this red flames. Just go. I'm gonna paint it. If I want yellow, I'm gonna put some white and yellow on there on top. Okay. So a bunch of all of these flowers, you know, it comes down to the outlining and the layering of color. So I'm just going to really quickly blop these shapes in. Put pink on her shoes. I remember there were some pink flowers in here as well. It's black. Even though it's black, I'm going to paint it pink. I always paint it black afterwards. Might like it in a little more color, we'll see. Okay, let's get a green here. We haven't got green really yet. Not too many places that have green, but just noticed there was red stripes. I guess let's put them in here too. So I'm just trying to get like some variety. Like this whole image is really actually quite complex with all these patterns that she cut out of fabric. So it's not worth my time to sit here and try to replicate every single little shape. So I'm just trying to do things that are inspired by her work. This is now I just put some white on my brush, had some orange on there. I haven't bothered to clean my brush because I'm just going to lay down this color I'm going to paint things over top of it. Like all these patterns and then her painting over top of things just makes it actually kind of tricky to see exactly what's going on. And I could try to emulate some of that, but I think it would just drive me absolutely bonkers trying to do so. Done a little bit outlining in places. I think I'll save that till a little bit later because I like the way that looks, but okay. So I'm going to mix a green here. I'm going to make it a fairly bright green. So I'm going to have a few different greens. This is my cool yellow and cool red. Makes a super bright fluorescent kind of green, which looks really green now, but when I start trying to paint it, on some of these darker colors, it's going to kind of die down a bit. Especially on things like this blue. I mean, I would just honestly, seriously encourage you just to start just putting paint randomly on here almost, right? Like, there's not a lot of rhyme and reason to the way that I'm applying paint like this. And I think it's really liberating, like really fun just to kind of start putting paint around the canvas in different places. Like, why don't we put a bit of green on her sleeve? We can always darken this and change it later, but maybe we'll like it. Do the same thing here. I mean, I think now that I put it there, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'll probably paint over it, but I didn't know that until I did it. I mean, mine is getting even more bizarre and psychedelic than hers. Gotta be careful he doesn't turn into like a clown shape or I guess I should have done that there as well, right? Okay. So I'm just going to kind of overlap a few things. I'm just going to continue. I like this motif. Just layering right over top. This is why you don't even bother worrying about how well the previous layers were painted, because it's like, they're going to be complicated because there's other things on top of it. I mean, I'm obviously taking some wild liberties here. But I'm sort of using her work to give me, and the way that she painted, to give me, to encourage me to experiment and to play. You know, another big part of her artwork was collaborations with other artists. She really saw that as an important contribution that women could make in terms of art. So a lot of the work that they made in the feminist art program at CalArts involved collaborations and teams, groups of artists, which really up until then was very unusual. Most of the time when artists made artwork, they were working alone, right? There's, you know, you think of the cliche idea of the artist, starving artist alone in the studio, right? It's an artist by themselves, right? It's not 10 people, 5 people, 3 people. It's one person alone against the world. And I think she felt like maybe one of the contributions that women could make in art from this male-dominated field was to have more of a collaborative spirit, because, you know, often, you know, in the past, women were just sort of forced to work together because that's, you know, men would be gone for long periods of time, and they'd, you know, share and raise kids together, and so I think she really wanted to kind of keep that same spirit. And I think it's absolutely true. I mean, now there's the idea of there are lots of art groups, artists who work together, collaborate together. Before feminist art, that was very rare. Did not see a lot of that at all. It'd be interesting to just to think about, like, what are the... And there are examples of men who collaborated together. It's not just women, but that was, I think, one of the things that they definitely stressed and encouraged among the students who were part of that program. Most of whom, but not all, were women. They would do exhibitions where I think it's the installation Woman House that they did. Her and Judy Chicago and some of the other members, faculty and students. They had an exhibition opening that was only for women, and then the next day it was opened up to more people. But again, this idea of instead of privileging rich white men to come into the gallery first, and it was like, oh, let's encourage mothers to come in, women bringing their children. See, I mean, these are just like these ugly little smears that I'm putting all over the place. Now it's cold yellow, so now let's go to a bit of a warmer yellow. into some of the same places I just was with my cool yellow. I'm bringing the warm yellow in there. Like, I mean, this kind of, like right now, this kind of thing feels both like exhilarating and also a little bit terrifying, because it's like, oh my goodness, is this just, have I lost my mind, and is this an ugly pile of doo-doo here, or am I doing something that might have some value? Now, I've been painting long enough that I have the confidence that if I just keep on going, and especially if I put some black lines around things towards the end, that's really going to pull this picture together really quickly in a way that, because right now, yeah, there's a lot of just what appear to be just random colors all over the place. But I also think, like, it's being in a place where you're a little bit uncomfortable is a great place to be for an artist. Okay, I'm feeling like I'm building up a pretty good density of marks. So I want to go to a darker green. So I'm going to take some warm yellow and some warm blue. Oops. So this is going to give me a dark grassy green. Which I can apply in a few different places. put a few more colors in here. That's going to go darker blue shortly. Okay. Finally, I'm kind of getting the density that I wanted on that left side. Feeling better about that. Okay. I wanted to mix a bit of a off brown here. This is basically just my warm yellow. Mixed it in with a brown that I had earlier, or the flesh tone that I had earlier. This green isn't showing up very well, so I'm just going over it with a dark blue to turn it back into something. And I think, there's these weird splotches on here. I'm going to turn this into blue polka dots. I know that's not what she had there, but okay. That one was blue, but I kind of like it yellow, don't I? I was going to do this outline of the house in black, but I kind of like this dark blue here. So I'm just eyeballing this. I have no idea if this is where the exact original lines were. Okay. I think before I go to those dark lines, I'm going to just do another. I'm going to put some more flowers, pink flowers on the left side. Like, this is something you can do, you know, if you aren't happy with a painting, is just keep layering things in, you know, and just fill up some of those areas that you feel a little bit self-conscious about with different shapes and patterns. And you certainly can't make it worse than maybe you feel about it. And then I can also take this pink and go over top of, say, these flowers a little bit. And then I can do the opposite. So before I took some warm red, then I put pink over top of it. Now I'm just putting warm red back over top. These pink flowers in places. Ooh, that's a lot of paint. Okay, I think in terms of like at least this stage, I'm pretty happy, and I think I'm going to go now into the black. There'll probably will be a few things that I change and adjust afterwards. But this painting is really going to transform really quickly as soon as I do that, right? So here's where we're at right now. Oh, there's some more yellow down here. Just want to get a bit more of that. Okay. And you know, as I'm doing this, I'm thinking like, am I gonna work more on this one? I think I might do this one later. I think I'll get this one to this same, like, basically, it's just a matter now I could cut more fabric out into smaller places, but it's feeling like it's actually glued down really well. It's actually still really wet under certain parts of it, but the one that I did with canvas feels, you know, I'm pretty actually happy with the way that turned out. Or, sorry, the one that I did with fabric. Okay. So let's now break out the black. And so I got black on my palette now. And where should we start? You know what, actually, I should probably just give things a quick blow dry because everything's still really tacky and wet here, so. The only question in my mind now is how much outline do I want to do? Do I want to do, really, I could outline all of the figures and it'll make them look really cool. So we'll see. Let's start with, like, let's say his face. And then we'll just see what the appetite is for more. definitely lost the shape of the face in here, so I'm just gonna try to eyeball it back. Now definitely his face looks a lot more lighter skin tone than the original. So I can always glaze this afterwards. I'll paint on it, do whatever I want in order to change that. Oh, I done. Okay, so this was his neck down here. Okay. So you know, I'm not too happy with the way that face turned out, obviously. That's just from layers of me putting more paint on there, and then I lost the shape of it, and I was too lazy to try to sketch it back out. And now I'm outlining. Outlining kind of is the lazy person. It's, you know, it's like they talk about like narration or voiceover in a movie. It's, you know, you can really clarify confusion with it, but it's also people use it as a crutch, myself included. If you've got a part of the painting that's a little bit confusing, just throw a little bit outlining on it, and it just all of a sudden starts to look better. But goofed on these fingers, didn't I? So I just added a bit of slow dry medium to my black paint just to kind of help getting into some of the little corners and things. It makes it a little easier to paint. Because the paint stays a little bit more fluid. It loses some opacity, which is we're going to see here with these shoes. I'm going to have to paint parts of these shoes a second time. Accidentally got a little bit of pink into this black. I actually don't mind it. I don't know how well it shows up on screen. Probably very little. But it is kind of a fun little way to add some life into that black. The thing too is you don't have to outline everything, which is what I probably should have just had a little bit more restraint than outlining his whole body, because now he just like leaps forward off the page or canvas. So I'm not too happy with the way I did her face, but maybe we'll come back to that. Yeah, it's definitely, like, one thing with, like, outlining, if you outline one person or character like this, you kind of got to go all the way. Otherwise it kind of looks a little bit weird. One figure really pops out more than the others. And unless there's, like, a reason, like it's, I don't know, you're trying to highlight them, or there's some kind of religious figure, or, I don't know, it looks a little bit odd if one is just outlined and the rest aren't. hard to know whether these dots are helping or not. Okay. So let's zoom back out now. I mean, on its own, not bad, not bad. But that face out all over again. A bit more of a pinkish, warmish complexion. Okay. So, oh, there was some outlining. There is a bunch of outlining in this background, but I don't know, to be honest, if I want to do too much there. It might start to look a little bit odd. Because it's going to pull that background or really far forward. If I do any outlining, I think I'm going to do it with like my warm blue. Let's get some warm red, or sorry, warm blue and cool blue together. Let's take a bit of cool red. So we got like a really dark browny purple. And that works. It's not nearly as heavy as the black is. And therefore, it's still intense, but it's not going to compete with the foreground quite so much. dry. Laurie says, Joshua, this one would be a good one to use your impressionist flowers you've been practicing. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, absolutely. Joshua said he was catching up on another episode today, so that's why he hasn't been very active in the chat. So one thing you can do, like as you watch me paint, you can say to yourself, like, do I want to do what he's done? Like, does it make sense? Do I like it with more outlining, let's say, in these flowers, or not? I actually really liked it before. I still like it. Again, it's just one of those things, is once you start outlining things, you kind of got to keep on going. It's hard to just do a little bit, because then all the ones that aren't outlined sort of call attention to themselves. It's like, hey, outline me too. I want a little bit of that. I want a bit of that outlining and that love and attention you've given to the other ones. Which is the situation I find myself in right now. It's like, I probably could have walked away an hour ago, but I was curious to see how things would look, and so I got on that ride. And then once you're on that ride, you gotta kind of see it through all the way. Which is not, I'm not surprised. Like, none of these results have surprised me. I mean, I kind of like them. It's always a reminder that you can always start or stop at, at different places in a painting, and it will probably be okay. As long as you're at one of those places where it's stopping as possible. Like, obviously, it would be weird for me to stop with the faces kind of semi-finished now, but what is going on with her daughter? They're just howling. Okay. So, I feel pretty good about where a lot of these things are. I just need to now bring it home. Now I look at the ground. I want to do the lines on the ground. She did them, but she did them, I think, like a dark blue, so I could do that. That's going to add another 20 minutes or so onto my timeline, though. So I feel like that hand has gotten better. Gotta wait for his face to dry a little bit. So while that's happening, see, there's some red that I want to add to her jacket. Flowers while this face is dry. I could blast it with some air to speed that up, but I think there's like these little touch-ups will make a big big improvement. I'm gonna clean that. You know, one step forward or two steps forward, one step back, I guess. So maybe while that's still wet, let's just rid of some of the really thick, sloppy outlining that I did. I mean, this is slow and probably not super interesting on camera, but this is some of my favorite part of painting is just this like tidying up, clarifying little tiny details. It's the kind of thing that most people don't notice, like, or consciously notice, but they see it. And it goes into their judgment of whether they like it or not. And so a little bit of attention to those details can really change the perception that people might have of the overall painting later on. So I'm painting these shoes. I meant to paint a darker black here, and I somehow got, I think, more pink in there. There's some proper black, but I also don't mind it so much. I'm going to keep a bit of it. So ideally I would have done these with nice contrasts between colors rather than just adding black in between all. But it is what it is. Like, obviously every painting I learn a few different lessons, and if I was to do this painting again I probably would have done a number of things differently. Okay, so let's see if we can get... Let's start with her. There's a smile. I think that's much better. Okay. I feel like, okay, so, you know, the bottom half, I would actually say pretty much most of the painting is done. Whoa, I just got a big blob of water just fell down from the heavens here. We're gonna take care of that. Where did that land? Okay, I have a water just dripped down from above. I got a camera up there. Okay, good. It doesn't look like it's gotten into any components or anything. That's good. Good little save. Okay. It's always kind of terrifying right before the end when water drops from the ceiling onto your painting. This is a wild painting. My goodness. Actually, let's just zoom out on it, and then you can just see them side by side at this stage. So you could see, like, if you thought this was a little confusing what I painted on there, or that there was too much going on, you could see how much more she did on top of hers, right? I think there was probably a pattern there, and then she painted another pattern over top of that pattern. So it's pretty wild in that section of the painting. So, let me see. I'm going to take a bit of blue that I've been using and just add little dots. Okay, so that face looks done, or it's dry. So I'm going to zoom in on his face, and I'm going to draw it out this time instead of just trying to quickly paint it in. Okay. And considering this is neck, this should be the chin right here. Eyebrows, nose, here, and this should be the mouth. Okay, let's get a bit of orange in there. Okay, so I darkened that face quite a lot more than it originally was. I'm going to wait for that to dry. Let's just, before I want to just take a look at these hands. Just thinking about, like, how she did that. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of, I think, get pretty close to being done. So you see, having, like, I painted with the black and then I went over it with a different color. Almost as if I, rather than using an actual different color itself, just dilute that black. Now this eye, I'm not happy with. Oh, it looks like he's got a bit of a black eye there. Okay, I think we'll just have to... okay. Almost done. It's just these little touch-ups at the end that take the longest. Michael, I think you're just gonna have to walk away from it. It's one of those things where when I look at the painting on its own, I'm like, yeah, it's great, I love it. And then you look at it and you're like, oh, well, you know, and then you get into the trap of endlessly retouching a painting. Fixing things that nobody else thinks are a problem. So as we just zoom back out, so with the ground, I put this dark blue in behind here. I don't know. I think I'm happy with it. It's a bizarre painting to begin with. Okay. So... what's today is... What a bizarre painting. I don't know. I like, it's one of these paintings. I think once I leave the room, I put it up on the shelf, I think I'll like it a lot more the less and less I see of the original, because it's just so much different. Okay. So I am going to go and have some dinner. I've been here painting for 4 hours. So, thank you everyone for joining me for another one of these episodes. On Sunday, we're going to be doing a special episode, a Father's Day episode, with celebrating Jared Sokoto. So, even though this episode says it's a Sokoto episode, I'm going to change that right afterwards. So, yeah, if you don't have anything to do on Father's Day, then maybe you want to make a special painting in celebration of Father's Day and all the great fathers that we are fortunate to have out there. Or maybe you have a husband or a son who would like a painting. And I think it's a pretty sweet painting of a father holding a small child on his knee. So, anyway, thank you everyone. And we will see you guys in a few days. Have a wonderful evening and take care. Until then, bye-bye.